Good afternoon, colleagues. 1 minute warning. It's St. Patrick's Day, and I'm still a nudge. 1 minute, folks. Feel free to chat. They're just trying to move us.
You didn't have to stop talking.
No. You can continue your conversations. I'm just mostly trying to get our colleagues all set, and we will start here 30 seconds or a minute. Mr. Clerk, when you're ready. All set? Yeah, he'll come. He's probably heard the intro a few hundred times. When you're ready. Good afternoon. Welcome to the March 17th, 2026 County Board Recess Meeting. Happy St. Patrick's Day, everyone. It's a little warm in this chamber, so you will not yet see a jacket, maybe later today, from me. I'm Board Chair Matt DeFranti, Vice Chair Maureen Coffey, members Susan Cunningham, Julius J.D. Spain Sr., and Takis Karantonis. Thank you for joining us here today. We will begin with our appointments, awards, recognitions, and reports, followed by a break for closed session and dinner, resuming no earlier than 6:30 p.m. with our scheduled hearing items. If I were betting, I bet none of you would be here by 6:30, but thank you for joining us in this moment. We'll begin with our appointments. Believe me, we will move expeditiously. We'll begin with our appointments. I move the following appointments to the Community Development Citizens Advisory Committee: Margaret McGilvray to a seat representing public interest at large for a term ending March 31st, 2029. To the Community Oversight Board, Lisa Ortiz for a term ending March 31st, 2030, and David Smith for a term ending that same day. To the Crystal and Pentagon Cities Council, Robert Mandel to a seat representing the National Landing Business Improvement District for a term ending March 31st, 2028. I move also that we reappoint Nick Gregorios for a term ending March 31st, 2029. To the Fiscal Affairs Advisory Commission, the FAC, we appoint Owen Williams for a term ending March 31st, 2028, and Claire Noakes for a term ending the same day. To the Technology Advisory Commission, we appoint Jim Smith for a term ending March 31st, 2029. We reappoint to the Tenant Landlord Commission Sarah Lansford for a term ending March 31st, 2029. And to the Transportation, we appoint Casey Vanderpool for a term ending March 31st, 2029. A second on this motion is not required, so all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Thanks for those who are volunteering and contributing to our civic life on commissions. We will now move to a slide just for those, so those are aware. In recognition of the moment that we're in. This is a slide that just describes a little bit of the resources that we have for our federal workers, our immigrants, and immigrant refugees as well. If you know someone who is in need of this information, please mention it. Ask them to Google this, or we do have printed copies, I believe, if upon request. So this is the moment we're in. These are the resources that we are continuing to try and share with our community. Now, we are turning to a retiring commissioner, Ms. Pamela Van Hine, and wanted just to thank you. You got the hat on. I apologize for taking a minute, but wanted to just thank you for your extraordinary service to Arlington. And we're going to ask you to come up and in a little bit and take a picture, and we're going to ask you if you want to share remarks. And this may be one of the few moments where we genuinely say whatever you want to say for as long as you want to say, go ahead and say it. Now, if it gets to be an hour, let's rethink that. Over the years, I think probably most of us on this board, but certainly prior boards, have received written counsel and advice and pleas from you, and they have always been with a spirit of constructively helping us to see the public good more deeply and to see our community advancing to a higher plane, a better place as far as our civic life. So thanks to all who are joining her, Ms. Van Hine, to recognize her time on the Crystal and Pentagon Cities Council is coming to a close. You have also served us in a variety of ways for nearly 2 decades, including as an elections officer on the CPCC, the acronym for the Crystal and Pentagon Cities Council, on the board of the National Landing Bid, and as a member of the Manager's Pedestrian Advisory Committee. And that's one area where I particularly think there was an email or two that you sent that I had to wrestle with. And it was in a good way. In these capacities, you've been involved in a myriad of projects and plans, including helping to develop our Vision Zero program and Arlington's Transportation Future Advisory Group, which we will celebrate a little bit of our transportation work in just a moment. I could go on and on. I think I hope it makes some difference that I definitely remember some of the emails you shared with me. I think that this is best summarized by the gentleman two down from you, Mr. Giacobbe, Nick, our president of our Civic Federation, who said, Pam doesn't just do policy. She gets her hands dirty making sure that pedestrians and cyclists are safe. She doesn't just talk the talk, she literally walks the walk and does so for every project. I could not have said it better. We're grateful for your service on the Crystal and Pentagon Cities Council and to the county as a whole. Thank you for taking the time and energy that you have shared with us. Every decision you have made and individuals make contribute to making our community as a whole better. And you have done that again and again and again over 2 decades. So please join me in a round of applause for Pamela Van Hine. And you have to come up. You have to come up for a picture if you're willing. And you can do the picture first. We do have a certificate. We'll do the picture first, and hopefully not too awkwardly. I'll join you, but we'll all be with you together. And then you can think of the hour-long remarks.
Back for the pictures. It's like you've done this before. Once, maybe twice. There's a crack in here. It's pretty deep.
Yeah, it's just silent.
Yeah.
Last to Neil, and then.
Slice my hand.
I'm gonna hold it.
Okay.
Now, as brief as you want to be,
Or as
hopefully
long.
you're okay without this. We will let you keep it. Just a little. Just a little piece. Share whatever wisdom you have with us. Right here. Yes. Use the microphone.
Or you can sit if it's easier.
Up or down.
Or you can sit at the.
If you want to sit, you can too.
Yeah.
Right here, and I do think everyone should know that she has her eye voted.
I did that as we walked in, yeah. I figured it'd be a good time. I wanted to thank you all for my nomination and this prize, and I could not have done this by myself. I've had so many wonderful mentors and support and great staff, great colleagues, great neighbors, some of whom are here. I'll point a few of them out. People who got me involved with all this pedestrian stuff. The first one is Lauren Hassel, who's over there. She is, at the time, was the Walk Arlington staff person, and I responded to a county request for doing a walkabout for Arlington Ridge and Crystal City. And then I was unhappy with something going on South Eads and Fern. So I said, Lauren, how do I fix this? She said, go to the Pedestrian Advisory Committee. And I've been on it ever since. And the second I want to acknowledge is Dave Goodman, who is one of two staff for the backpack. And David Patton couldn't be here. He's recovering from surgery, but he might be online. Both of them have been wonderful mentors to me and still very close to them. And then finally here, Natasha Atkins, who at the time was president of ACA, and we would go to SPRCs together, and I got to know her, she got to know me, and she said, well, why don't you do this, why don't you do that? She got me on the bid, she got me on the CPCC, which at the time was CCCRC, and it's been going ever since. I've cut back I've had to, but I'm still gung-ho on pedestrians. I love the Pedestrian Advisory Committee. I love being on the Arlington's Transportation Future Advisory Group and working really hard, and I'm thrilled that pedestrians are #1, yay, that's great. So we'll keep it up, and I thank you.
Please give her another round of applause. Anybody can be great because everyone can serve, and it is trademarked that the first thing you said was to credit all the other people who gave you the intellectual architecture to volunteer in so many different ways. So thank you very much. We will talk about other things. None will necessarily be happier than that topic, although we do have a subsequent recognition that is coming. And certainly, colleagues, if there's anything burning that you wish to say, feel free to say it. You said it best, I think, Pam. So unless we have other things.
I would just add that for those who are watching and are inspired, that all of our commissions are listed on the website, and we're always accepting applications. So feel free to tap the other person who's concerned about something and ask them to jump in.
Well said, and timely and opportunistically said. Mr. Karantonis.
Just one thing. So Pam, I remember that once on this side of the dice, I had the question, how big of a problem we must have in order to actually need a pedestrian advisory committee, right? So you always think that, this is basic, so pedestrian. So I got to appreciate your insight and the fact that you were bringing the issues together with everybody else, because you have been literally at the edge of a very urbanized place that was urbanized without paying attention to being a nice pedestrian. Everything was fine. The sidewalks were very big and, in Crystal City, etc. But then it was so much missing that was beyond what engineers thought it's appropriate. So you all together brought this idea that later evolved in this livability discussion that we are actually having. You took this place from a place that was only built mostly by engineers to typically answer the need or deliver the service to a place that actually cares about the quality of life. And that's an amazing collective accomplishment. We have a lot of conversations today, for example, about how to update our comp plan, etc. And this difference, this transition from, do I have a machine that just, you need a sidewalk, here's your sidewalk, you need housing, here's your housing, to something that says, no, you need the right sidewalk and the right facilities. And housing is not only about having a box where you can, shelter, but actually it's more about accessibility and good living. And so thank you for this. That was extremely important for me. I discovered a lot through your eyes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. And well said. And all the accolades. Now, this side of the pews, this is not a wedding, but this side of the pews, you can stay, but you do not have to. We will go quickly to our next recognition, which I think actually Ms. Van Hine would definitely be interested in, perhaps, and that's Arlington Transportation Partners Champions, which is an annual set of awards that we're honored to celebrate today. There is an opportunity to get to share in this celebration annually, and several of us did this. It's at George Mason when we try to recognize folks. Arlington Transportation is an initiative of the Arlington County Commuter Services Bureau within the Department of Environmental Services, and we recognized 152 participants for their dedication to transportation and improving the way people travel in and around Arlington. Genuinely, as I think where I've lived, San Francisco, Oakland, and other cities, this is a unique, really cool thing that I feel I hadn't seen at other places. Maybe I'm more involved here. Out of the 152 champions, 27 businesses and properties reached the highest platinum level. Achieving platinum status is challenging and requires effort. The platinum level champions have surpassed these champions, created little communities at many apartment buildings and condo buildings and across the county. And they're leading as an example to others in our area. All platinum level employees offer a transit benefit to assist their employees with financial savings and help them make them healthier and environmentally friendly and make environmentally friendly commute decisions. This prize benefit directly supports Arlington County's long-term goal of shifting driving rates alone from 60% to 40% and reducing the pollution and congestion in the county. So we have a number of folks, and I will seek to read a few, but those of you who are part of it, this picture is always awesome because there's a lot of folks in it. If you can make your way up, those who are here as Platinum Transportation Partners, I'll try and read fast. 1919 Clarendon Apartments, 3100 Clarendon Boulevard, 4250 North Fairfax. The list is here. I can read fast, but not quite fast enough. So please, if you are a Platinum Transportation Partner, be willing so I don't take the picture all on my own. Thank you. First, give a hand to these transportation champions. Let's make sure we have enough room to keep sliding along a little bit. I'm not going to ask you to keep that up. I can't do that either.
Thank you.
Another round of applause. Thank you very much for being here. It is just an awesome program to see the cultures of buildings that come together, and thrilled for this. Thank you to the Department of Environmental Services for encouraging this program and our transportation team. I see our division lead, Chief Hui Wang, and all of the team that is there. So big thank you. And we will next move on. We have Diane Kresh here today, and it is a critical month. It is a privilege to get to share. This is Women's History Month. It is, and our leader, Ms. Kresh, if you'd come on up to one of the tables, maybe if you have scintillating, your remarks are always intimidating for the average board member, particularly this chair at times. But I'll just share a few things. I'm mindful that there are ways in which I get reminded, and I treasure the chance to be reminded that it is an opportunity to get to lift up and honor and stand with and support our extraordinary women leaders in this county and now, for example, the governor of Virginia, but so many other leaders, including colleagues, Vice Chair Coffey and Ms. Cunningham. I won't be long. There is a word for men who go on too long. I will try to avoid that, but I will say that I hope folks can grant all of us that there's an important role for men to stand with women again and again and again. And I think we try to take that seriously. So enough preamble, I'll just say briefly, Women's History Month, observed each March, recognizes and honors the achievements, experiences, and contributions of women who have helped shape our nation, our communities, and Arlington County. As the United States marks the 250th anniversary of its founding in 2026, this month invites us to reflect on the vital role women have played throughout our history and on the continued work of expanding equality, opportunity, and representation. Arlington's own story is enriched by women such as Selena Norris Gray, whose courage and actions helped preserve pieces of our shared history and whose legacy remains part of this community today. Arlington County is committed to fostering a community where people can live openly and authentically, where bias and discrimination are challenged, and where the contributions of women are recognized, valued, and celebrated. We have a proclamation which roughly tracks those pieces that I was honored to get to sign. And now I'll take the risky step. First, let us just brief or sustained applause, as is right and proper, in Ellen Bosman's room, in Ellen Bosman's office. Let's honor Women's History Month with a round of applause. And then I'll take the dangerous risk of asking Diane Kresh if she has anything you would like to say regarding any piece of this. I will come down and take a picture if you're willing to take one with me. But first, maybe you'd share if you have any wisdom, which I think board members, colleagues will know that this is dangerous because Diane's always well-spoken and on point.
I always have a lot to say. No, thank you, Mr. DeFerenti, and thank you to the board and Mr. Manager for honoring Women's History Month as you have today. It's a real honor for me to participate in this ceremony each year. I feel that women are often the unseen brains behind organizations. It doesn't mean that their counterparts are unimportant. It just means that for many, many years, women were often treated as second-class citizens, and certainly women of color face that more than people who look like me. So it's an honor to be able to stand up for all women and to have them recognized in this way. I do agree, standing in this building named for Ellen Bosman, I went to school with her children. Yes, I'm that old. And it's just wonderful to see her legacy continue with people like Ms. Coffey and Ms. Cunningham and Ms. Garvey before, and others who have been able to serve this community both with honor and distinction and a great amount of intelligence. So thank you for giving me the chance to speak this afternoon. I look forward to our picture. And I'll end it there.
Well concluded and well said. Colleagues, I'll give everyone a chance after dash down for a picture to, of course, share thoughts without particular obligation to, but also the opportunity. And so thank you. And I will say that, you know, there's some ceilings left to break. And it is true that folks, those who talk don't always do the most. So just a picture and then over to colleagues. You gotta come now.
Come on, man.
Mark.
Can you guys
see okay?
We do.
You're all right. We have a little bit of a lift over here.
Mark's talking in green.
That is Mark. That was a comment on invisibility of women, right?
Thank you, Ms. Koresh, and we will continue onward to our next item with also the keen awareness that we have much work left to do. So I think this is to Mr. Kushner, and I'm eager, all the items have been mine, I'm eager to
Mr. Chair?
listen. Oh, yes, Mr. Spain. I just didn't see lights, but absolutely, Mr. Spain, go ahead. Please.
I think I'll set a trend. It's not that you haven't said enough already about Women's History Month, but I just want to echo some of the same thoughts and concerns of our chair. You know, as and Diane, you said something that struck me. I was raised by a couple of strong Black women. My two grandmothers, my mother, and now my wife of 33 years, two daughters, and a 5-year-old granddaughter. Women run the world, okay? And I wouldn't be who I am and where I'm at today had it not been for those strong women in my life. And, you know, we see what has happened in the Commonwealth, where we're led now in a very historic way by the first female governor, Abigail Spanberger, and we're trendsetters here, not just in the Commonwealth, but also in Arlington. So I just want to shout out those individuals and thank all the women for the work they've been doing, will continue to do, but also at the same time, think about what's going on globally when there are women and young girls in foreign lands who are being killed, being murdered. And that's sad. So let's think about everyone in this Women's History Month, what more we can do to help aid and assist them along the way. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. Vice Chair Coffey.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and share one of my favorite, or least favorite perhaps, fun facts, which is that since 1932, there have only been 12 women elected to this board in Arlington County. And I think, you know, and 2 of us are serving currently. More than half of us have served since 2010. It's been a very recent trend towards women's inclusion on this board. And I think as much as we celebrate having the first ever female governor, I think it also highlights that we've only ever had 4 women elected statewide in Virginia ever. And it has taken until 2026, while we've made great strides in a lot of different ways in a lot of different places. And Virginia remains very much an old boys club. And I think that that bears like really thinking about, it should not be remarkable to elect a woman governor in the year 2026. But yet in Virginia, it is. We've never had a female U.S. senator from Virginia. We've had less than 15 female members of Congress elected from Virginia. And so there's a lot to commemorate with Women's History Month, but I also think that it calls upon us to be active creators of women's history into the future. I said last year at the Women's History Month proclamation ceremony that these things don't happen by accident. Creating equal spaces, creating places where women can thrive and be in leadership and actually feel empowered are not things that just occur. They occur because we take action and because we force conversations to happen and we force difficult change that may not always be well received by everyone. And I think, I just think that that is really important to think about. I think we often congratulate ourselves on being a very progressive place, and there are still areas in which we definitely could be doing much better. So I thank you all for being here and for continuing to support and celebrate women's history.
Thank you, Vice Chair Coffey. Ms. Cunningham.
I just want to note how wonderful it always is to have Ms. Kresh here to represent truth and stories and community, but particularly as we think about women and how they have led around, behind, and through for many, many years. The work that we do in our schools, in our communities, in our civic infrastructure, and in our stories is just really, really important, both to telling the history, to exploring the possibilities of future history, and to resist falling backwards to previous history. I grew up in a time where, I remember my mom trying to get a credit card, which is crazy, right? And all of the other things, or the time that the roofer came or the electrician came for the remodel and said, I'll need to speak to your husband. And we lived in a small town, and she was like, well, you'll never work for us again if that's the case, because I do all the construction in the home. So, I was really benefited from being surrounded by those stories and by really strong women throughout my life. And I know right now our women, girls, and just all of us need those stories, need that inspiration, need the example of being truly awesome and of working well together across genders and experience and history. So I'm glad to be part of the celebration today.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. Mr. Karantonis.
So this year's National Women's History Month is under the theme of leading the change, women shaping a sustainable future. And in our country, this rhymes with names like Eleanor Roosevelt and Rachel Carlson and Dr. Temple Grandin and Katherine Johnson and so forth and so forth and so forth. What I just wanted to say is that what we are observing every day in our news is still a very man-made world with man-made conflicts and man-made catastrophes. And man-made means male-made catastrophes in an amazing and very disturbing level. I always thought that we're working towards progress, and I don't see that right now. I do think that resistance has a female pronoun, and I feel it every day in everyday life. Across the globe, this is not only ours. And I have to thank every single female who is engaging in that across these 8 billion people who are inhabiting this planet. So it's just a thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis and colleagues. We'll now move forward, remembering the charge and the month that we're in. Mr. Kushner, and as well as the years and the things that are ahead of us. Mr. Kushner, we have an update on our board meeting schedule that I think I'll speak briefly to, but you're going to pull up a slide, and then you might have remarks. We are shifting the date of our April board meeting from the 21st to the 22nd because there is an election, unexpected election, but we've been aware of it for some time. It's the statewide redistricting referendum. You can vote now at this moment as you walk out, or you can vote. There's early voting. Just go to Arlington Votes, plug that in, Arlington VA Votes, into Google, and you will find it. So there's some other changes that I'll leave to you, Mr. Kushner, if you want to describe them briefly or at your leisure.
Yes, of course. Thank you. And I'll be very brief. It's just a few other adjustments we've made to our budget work session schedule since first noticing earlier in the month of February. In essence, tomorrow's work session, we're extending by 30 minutes so we can incorporate the Office of the Independent Policing Auditor. The March 26th budget work session is going to be delayed for approximately half an hour due to an anticipated afternoon conflict, and one final adjustment to the April 7th budget work session, an additional 30 minutes to include the Office of the Circuit Court Judiciary, who was not able to join us earlier last week. All of these, including the April 22nd meeting, have been updated on our county board website. The dates are live now, and we will, of course, be noticing them appropriately at the coming points over the coming weeks.
Thank you, Mr. Kushner. Our next item of business and our last before we move to closed session is a board report concerning Arlington County's board structure and performance. We have a report and a slide. I believe it's to Ms. Cunningham and Mr. Spain, or whichever one of you wants to go first. Ms. Cunningham.
Great. We will be brief. I think we have 2 slides to share. And while those are coming up, you'll remember that in December, this board had a lively conversation about whether and when to move forward with thinking about the board structure and our own performance in serving this community. That work we laid out as kind of a 6-month plan of getting started. And so we are about 2 and a little bit of change into that. And the first slide is just a real brief update so people know what we've been up to. You will see, if you're following the board on social media, you can see some regular updates there, and that will refer you to the webpage where existing documents and ongoing work are posted. We have also added flyers for those who are a little bit more analog focused in our county facilities and libraries with QR codes if you'd like to join the conversation. And then our displays here have the e-flyers going out as well. So as you're heading down to the main lobby, or you may see one of those flash ahead. And then the work that's ongoing right now, you'll remember we agreed that the board would be pretty deep in budget, which turns out to be true. We were like, knew that was coming. And so the work that's ongoing is with the county attorney's office, who is doing a deep dive on the legal history of Arlington's government structure. And then separately, our board clerk and Mr. Spain and I have been working to finalize the scope of work and begin the procurement for an external research partner. Mr. Spain, anything you want to add?
I think you covered it all.
Great. So we'll go to the second slide, and I think the clerk will give us a quick snapshot there.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Ms. Cunningham, Mr. Spain, senior members of the board. A very brief update, and this is pursuant to the board's charge in December of last year to report back to you by March 15th. To identify funding and an appropriate procurement process to engage with an external research partner as part of this process. 4 really high-level points I wanted to offer here. First, obviously, we are moving forward with an independent, nonpartisan research effort. The idea here being to provide background analysis and context related to the board structure and performance, and intended to inform future deliberations rather than to advance any particular policy recommendations at this stage of the process. Second is that we are defining the scope in a way that's clearly bounded and feasible. Again, based on the board's charge, this work should rely on existing records, prior work products, and should be structured in such ways to avoid any overlap or conflict with other parallel efforts that are going on within the organization. The third point, and this is a big one, is that funding has been identified that's sufficient to support this work. It's going to draw from existing and budgeted resources for purposes of any competitive process. I'm not going to be elaborating on this point any further at this time. Fourth is the board intends to proceed via a memorandum of understanding with an institutional partner, a known institutional partner. This is going to be in a manner that's consistent with the county's purchasing and ethics guidelines. It will be a competitive process, and further details will be shared at appropriate points in the process and once the agreement has been finalized.
Great, thank you. And I think if members of the public have recommendations for institutional partners we should consider, you could put those either in an email to the county board or in the portal. But otherwise, we'll be back next month.
Yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr.
I will just add, there's been some questions that have come up in the community. For what it's worth, we are. So you heard that our county attorney is doing some analysis, and so there will be a report from the county attorney as soon as possible. That will be made public as well. And for those that may be inquiring, because I've heard that this come up in a forum, we are in communication and speaking with our colleagues over in the school board. There's 2 representatives identified. I think it's the chair and one other board member. So those meetings and communications are ongoing, just so you know what's going on behind the scene as we have these conversations about this particular process, but also in parallel with other entities, i.e. the school board. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Spain and Ms. Cunningham, for the report. Now, before we go to closed session, I think that Ms. Gabriel is here perhaps to recognize Ms. Van Hine, and I also, Ms. Atkins, it's been about 9 years since I sat in the living room with you and talked about county issues, and just appreciate your leadership and service as well. Now, colleagues, we are ready for our closed session. I move that the county board convene a closed session as authorized by Virginia Code Sections 2.2-3711A1, 7, and 8 for the following purposes: consultation with the county attorney regarding 3 matters in active litigation and 1 matter that will result in probable litigation where such discussions in open meeting would adversely affect the litigating posture of the county. Consultation with the county attorney for legal advice regarding the board's legal considerations in land use and planning decision, and discussion of the performance of a board appointee. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded barely, I think, by Mr. Carantonis. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. We are in closed session. The board will return no earlier than 6:30.
Hey, folks, good evening. How about now? There we go. Hey, folks, evening. Appreciate you joining us. Just a quick heads up, we'll be getting started at 6:45, so just a few more minutes, and we will be back with you.
How that's water-based media that
1 second.
I remember feeling like it was yesterday, especially his handshake could break your hand. So thank you so much for being on this.
Good evening. We have a warm-hearted Greek American right here. And I'll want him to repeat that on the record at some point because there's history that I'm still learning. Good evening, welcome back. Our apologies for being a little late. We will be expeditious. We have one issue that we have to work on. We're back in session. I move that the members of the county board certify that at the just concluded closed session, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements under Chapter 37, Title 2.2 of the Code of Virginia were discussed, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were actually heard, discussed, or considered by the board. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Clerk will please call the roll.
Of course. Mr. DeFranti?
Yes.
Ms. Coffey?
Yes.
Ms. Cunningham?
Yes.
Mr. Spain Sr.?
Yes.
Mr. Carantonis?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This brings us to our regular hearing items for the evening, and it's over first to our county manager for the staff presentation, but in a little switcheroo, our clerk has to call the item.
Oh, right, okay.
Sorry about that. I didn't mean to be quite so tricky, but the cold truth is I forgot. And Mr. Clerk, will you please call this first item?
Certainly. Item number 34 is Arlington View Neighborhood Plan Update.
Thank you. Now back to you, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Happy to introduce Navi Martinez, who will have a few words to say. Over to you, Navi.
One more.
Good evening. My name is Naudi Martinez. I'm a planner with the Arlington Neighborhoods Program. Members of the Arlington View neighborhood are here to present their updated neighborhood plan, which was approved by the Arlington Neighborhoods Advisory Committee in January and by the Planning Commission earlier this month. With us this evening, we have Carter Eccles, who led the neighborhood planning effort. With Ms. Eccles tonight is also Planning Committee members Ron Green and Evan Henry. With that, I will pull up the presentation and turn it over to Ms. Eccles to present.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Over to you, Ms. Eccles. Try one more.
There we go?
Yes.
Okay, sweet. They are planning committee people, but they are also, Evan is our current president, Ron was our former president, he was the driving force in making this happen, and Evan is the president who helped it finally come to conclusion. So it's wonderful to be here with both of them. Welcome to Arlington View. We love our old sign because it is a reminder that it was the advocacy of residents of Arlington View that produced Arlington County's first neighborhood plan in 1965. And this is our first update. Next.
Ms. Eccles, can you bring your microphone just a little closer
sure.
so we don't miss a word? Thank you.
Sure, thank you, because I'm going to have to talk fast to keep with the time. Arlington View is a small, wonderful, historically black neighborhood in South Arlington that's off Columbia Pike, halfway between Bob and Edith's and the Air Force Memorial. Next. In this close-up, there is the yellow line, which is harder to see, but right to the right of all those apartments. Do you all see a yellow line in the slide? Anyway, that is the divider between Arlington View, and to the left is Columbia Heights. Long ago, it was a wall that divided our historically black neighborhood from our neighbors to the west. A couple of other things to orient you about our neighborhood before we talk more about the specifics. You enter Arlington View from Columbia Pike primarily, and then otherwise we are surrounded by Washington Boulevard, 395. Down at the bottom is the Army-Navy Country Club, and then those apartments, which are now Cortland Columbia Pike. The furthest back of those buildings was the Trove. It was put in 2020, and it is an addition of 401 units, which are not in our neighborhood, but have affected our neighborhood greatly. Over in the top right, the lower Long Branch watershed comes through the edge of Arlington View up by those trees. That area is VDOT land. And finally, we have 3 multifamily developments in Arlington View. Carrington Village, which is up near those trees. The Carver Homes, which are Carver Place, which is in the middle near that George Washington Carver Park sign. And AHC has 4 buildings down, sort of tucked in right where near the country club. Next. While we were developing our plan, we began with lots of activities to try to identify the major areas of concern, because what we wanted was a high participation during our survey. After drafting the survey, we were excited to get 92 completed forms, because we have about 450 houses in our neighborhood. We thought that was a great turnout. Next. We are the eastern half of U.S. Census Block 103-300, and the most important thing about our neighborhood is that we have very rapidly changing demographics. As you see, we're about 1,000 people, about 450 households. This year, for the first time, Hoffman-Boston is no longer a Title I school. And the middle picture, because we don't have it anywhere else, that we have stumbling stones for the first time this year. Next. From this chart of the things that we like about Arlington View, you can see why being rapidly changing would make us anxious. Because after our location, the things we like the most are diversity, our sense of community, and our relative affordability. And all of those are changing rapidly. Next. These are the topics that are the themes in our report of our greatest hopes and concerns, and that's what we're going to spend the rest of the time on. Next. Arlington View has a really important role in Arlington County history, and we are very eager to preserve it. The first owners of what was known as Johnson's Hill sold property to formerly enslaved people. On the map from 1900, which is in the top left, there's a 9-acre portion that was sold to Harry Gray. Below it, you can see the house that Mr. Gray built, which is now in the historic register. In the top right is Hoffman-Boston. It was built in 1915 as a school for black children, grades 1 through 9. Senior high was added in the 1940s. And Hoffman-Boston was the only high school for black students in Arlington until schools were integrated. Down in the bottom right, you can see the George Washington Carver Homes, which were 44 garden apartments built as public housing in the 1940s for former Freedmen's Village residents who were displaced by the Pentagon. And please note the wonderful green. Next. Because we've changed, we're changing. Carver Place, which is in the top left on this screen, are the buildings that replaced the George Washington Carver Homes. And the next to that is AHC, are the AHC properties. The big one that you can see is the one that has been renovated. The other low-level buildings are up for renovation. And we love having new neighbors. It's a chance for new people, but it also creates a lot of traffic congestion and parking challenges. We also have airport parkers, it's cheaper to leave your car in Arlington View and get an Uber to the airport than it is to pay for parking at the airport. That's the county sidewalk condition map, which mapped one that we did before we knew that the county had such a map. A lot of our sidewalks are narrow, broken, and in need of better accessibility ramps, but we have put in a request for funds from the Arlington Neighborhoods Program for those on Queen Street. Next. Traffic. Since the terrible gridlock in Arlington View after 9/11, we've been advocating for a means of emergency vehicle egress from the back of the neighborhood. If you got a chance to read the plan, you know that the county had included emergency vehicle access in its 2014 capital improvement plan, but it seems that we're just getting a bike path. We also have lots of problematic intersections and traffic challenges. The great news is that we are finally getting a light at Columbia Pike and Rolfe that we've wanted for a long time, so thank you all for that. We're also grateful that the little block of Pierce Street got repaved. However, the intersection at 12th and Rolfe is pretty much an accident waiting to happen. Rolfe Street is the westernmost street, and 12th Street was opened up when the Trove, the Cortland, it was a little dead end, and it was opened up when that new apartment building was opened. We wanted it to be a one-way street. It was opened as two-way. At the moment, it's a four-way stop, which we've recently gotten, but cars are regularly blowing through the four-way stop. School buses let children off at that stop. The apartments use it as their entrance and exit. And we have asked to have it one way and would like and have been led to believe that maybe that is still a conversation that we could have. Next. This is our park, Arlington View Park. Our biggest green space, the school and community center, isn't available during school hours. So this is the only place for kids in the neighborhood who are not in school yet or are being homeschooled. We are hoping, we put in a request to the neighborhoods program for this to expand the amount of usable space because about half of the park is a slope. So we'd like to have a retaining wall built and being able to almost double the space and put some play equipment in there. Also on the topic of parks and tree canopy, we are seeking tree canopy on the ramp from the Pike up to 395, and we're excited to see the county staff notes in response to our plan that that's actually possible. So we're looking forward to taking steps on that. Next. The public services issues that we have primarily have jurisdiction problems. Up where I mentioned the lower Long Branch watershed comes through, we have stagnant water because it's been blocked, maybe by adding the Freedman's Village Bridge. But we've talked to county staff, and they say it's a VDOT problem, but we have a terrible, terrible mosquito problem that we've had for a bunch of years. Also, the Hoffman-Boston Field is in need of lots of different things that we've listed in the plan or hoped for, and it is complicated to get anything done with that because it's the joint jurisdictions of APS and the Parks Department. So in closing, lots of people were involved in developing this plan, but we have consensus about most of it, and we look forward to giving you an update in less than 60 years. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Eccles. And we may have questions, so I think our next step is to hear from our commissions, and I think Mr. Striner is here for our Planning Commission.
I sure am. For the record, Tony Striner from the Planning Commission, and on a commission that loves to discuss items in great depth. This was probably one of the quickest items we've ever moved through. We have really
like that.
We have really not much to say on this. We're very supportive of what the community has brought forward. We think a lot of these sort of bread and butter infrastructure projects around sidewalks, utilities, the pedestrian improvements in the intersection and the park improvements, I think they're all valuable things that are good quality maintenance to maintain the status quo and maintain the quality of the community. And yeah, I'm happy to answer any of the questions as necessary, but there really was not a lot to draw from on this week's discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Striner. Mr. Clerk, do we have public speakers on this item?
We do indeed. Excuse me, we do. Our first and currently our only speaker on this item is Mr. Bart Collard.
Mr. Collard.
Is signed up in person. Mr. Collard, I'm not seeing him in the meeting. Going once, going twice.
No one online.
No one on. Happy to try and reach out.
No. I mean, said in person, you don't see anyone online. Okay.
Can you ask them if they were expecting this?
Were you expecting any other speakers? Were any of you in the audience expecting to speak? Okay. All right. Conversation is now with the board. Let's see. I'm certainly open to questions. I think that there's appropriate. First door I ever knocked was in Arlington View. I think it's appropriate to give credit. The history of the neighborhood is crucial, and I did not know about the yellow line and the wall there. There's much discussion of the Halls Highview Park wall, but I have encountered less. I like to keep paying attention and learning. Mr. Green, I think we have to give some credit to you and our former colleague, Libby Garvey, who she dug in and engaged with you in a deep way and may have helped precipitate. I don't want to take any credit away from you, but I certainly do actually, honestly, and I think colleagues on the board would feel also some credit to her for wanting to engage and engaging there. I have taught a class at Hoffman Boston. I did not know until this year that Hoffman Boston had the population that there's been an increase, I believe, over the past 5 to 7 years. It's significant. Appreciated the presentation and open the floor further to colleagues should you have questions or comments. I am mindful of, been to the groundbreaking of the redo to the 2023, I believe, AHC properties, and been to the church just this past year as we sort of had a Black History Month event at the church, and mindful of the transitions, respectful of the work that you've done, both presidents, and so we'll be ready with the resolution. I want to give colleagues space. Vice Chair Coffey and then Mr. Carantonis.
Yeah. Thank you all so much for being here. I think this is the first neighborhood plan update since Ms. Cunningham and I have been on the board that we've received. And I know from being involved in my civic association, it's all volunteer hours and it's a lot of work. And so first of all, just a lot of appreciation that, the folks in this room engaged in that and really worked to get us to something that is a 60-year update of a plan. It means a lot. And then I think I just also would love to invite you all to share kind of on the engagement that you all did within your neighborhood to get to this plan, because I know it's not just the 3 folks at the table that sat in a room and said, this is what we think should happen. There's a lot more work that goes into it. So I'd love to invite you just to share that with us.
So, as Carter mentioned, so I helped to really try to get this going because I felt like the community, we weren't taking advantage of some of the resources that the county had to offer, and I wanted to get that going there. So to get the neighborhood engaged, we put out surveys, and we most of us, we know most of the neighborhood, just walked around and so forth. But to really get everyone engaged, I think the surveys were what we really depended on most to get the information. And then during our neighborhood day, we would engage people as well to kind of get feedback and things of that nature. So, Carter, go ahead.
Yeah, Ron is putting aside the thing that he did that was great that got us going, which was really a lot of civic association meetings. We made lists and identified things. We also had outreach. We did a listening session with each of the multifamily units that are in the area before. And then for 2 different neighborhood days, got feedback from people. So by the time we wrote the survey, we knew what the biggest issues are. And then we, of course, left what have we missed question, but we didn't get many of those. But it gave us a chance to dive deeper on the things that people were most concerned about.
Yeah. And let me just add, so one of the things, and Mrs. Schwartz was with us when we did this, I engaged Libby. She brought out a couple of folks from the Arlington County Board. We actually walked the neighborhood, if you remember that. And I thought that was great. And so I invite you guys, if it took like an hour and a half. And so, because I think sometimes when you're looking at a plan, you don't get a true idea of what actually our issues are, right? Until you are actually on the ground and you see them. And I think that really helped kind of drive in, get some of the things accomplished that we did get accomplished when we had Libby and Mr. Schwartz, and I can't remember, somebody else walked with us. But that was really engaging. So again, I would invite you guys to, hey, let's set up a meeting, come out 1 hour, hour and a half, we walk the neighborhood, you guys see our issues and the things that we're dealing with so that you guys can get a really good idea of what's going on.
Yeah.
One more small point. You can see in the acknowledgements, we did try to put in, there was a committee that did a lot of work on this. We also, in addition to reaching out to the 3 housing communities, we have connections with both the school and the church, and people from both of those were involved with this too.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you so much for sharing that. Again, I know how much has gone into getting you all to this moment here, and so I sometimes when we celebrate these ends of the process, we kind of gloss over what that process was.
So all that said, Carter has been instrumental in driving this through our process.
No
at
question.
the Civic Association. So
No
Giving kudos, yeah.
No question.
Good, great. Well, I don't have any further questions. I know others might, but just want to again express my appreciation. The civic work that you all do is so critical to how Arlington operates, and so we're just very grateful to have engaged and good leaders like you all out in the community.
Thank you, Vice Chair Coffey. I saw Mr. Karantonis and then Ms. Cunningham.
Yes. So thank you so much for doing all the work and doing the plan. And I think you were very modest in not making a big deal out of something that is actually a big deal for me. The fact that this is one of our most challenged neighborhoods. In a sense that year after year, these 60 years, something happened. 395 happened. We wouldn't even discuss bending backwards, trying to figure out ways through the topography there, if there was a just decent solution for exiting 13th Road or 13th Street into what is today a highway feeder that doesn't need to be a highway feeder under all circumstances and could be designed in a far better way, that you can go over the bridge to Arlington Ridge that, by the way, connects to traditionally black neighborhoods and down to Pentagon City, etc. So this neighborhood, or 12th Street, there is a wall. The wall is still there. I mean, it's the Wellington Apartments.
Yes, exactly.
Rolfe Street is a street to understand how segregation in Arlington worked. It's still extremely visible. And I think that if there is one thing that I miss in your plan, not in a bad way, is this statement that, we want to be like every other neighborhood in Arlington. We want to be able to communicate with our neighbors. In Arlington Heights, I'm a neighbor. I really wanted to see 12th Street opened. I understand that there are issues because these are, the Wellington Apartments and the Trove, et cetera. These are a lot of people. And, the Selena Gray Park is not the best public benefit or the most useful public benefit that we ever delivered there. But this is the kind of discussion, because on the one side, we have done the right thing of reconnecting the roads. We stood also for Pierce Street, by the way, right? But on the other side, we have you had a slide where you showed the status of the sidewalks. So if it's really a very big delivery to recover the connectivity of the neighborhood, and we will talk about the golf course, the thing, because we have to. This is also a limiting part. This is a completely encapsulated neighborhood, and that's not fine. That's not okay. Not today, not in the 21st century. Yeah. So how come that more than half of the sidewalks are really in that lamentable state? They are not good. They are far less than good. So what does it mean for our program when we select projects to upgrade needed infrastructure in a neighborhood that's already stressed because of decades of neglect? For me, walling in the neighborhood is neglect. So how does the program account for that?
Is that Ms. Martinez, Ms. Simpson, or Mr.
Yeah.
Schwartz?
Sorry, Laura Simpson. I'm with the Arlington Neighborhoods Program. I'm the section supervisor. And just to make sure I captured your question, how do we implement projects and get them constructed for a neighborhood, especially after they've just come with a plan?
Right, and in this case, how do we, let's put it this way. A poor condition sidewalk in Arlington View, to me, is a higher priority than poor condition sidewalk in, I don't know, Columbia Heights, in my neighborhood. Why? Because this is a neighborhood that has suffered through segregation and encapsulation, basically urban isolation. And we want to recover and to retrofit it. So how do we do that?
How do we do that? So it's not just our program, the Arlington Neighborhoods Program, but there are also other programs within DES, such as Vision Zero, as well as Neighborhood Complete Streets. And we all have different tools for making improvements, in particular for pedestrian safety and sidewalks. I can speak more specifically to our program, where a neighborhood will have a first priority project that they'll ask for. We also, new plans that come through, such as this one, they're allocated more points, so they have opportunities to raise more of the projects that are priorities for them that we're able to construct. We also, the Arlington Neighborhoods Advisory Committee has just completed a pilot for equity projects, which we just had our monthly meeting where they voted to allow neighborhoods that have areas that fall within equity needs, both in terms of economic and BIPOC populations, that they can have 2 projects on the first priority list. So that enables us to tackle some of those issues more quickly than we would otherwise.
Thank you. For what it pertains to the discussion about the plan, I think the neighborhood should be encouraged to stand up and ask for more. Because we're in the right direction, but we haven't gotten to where we should be and you should be. I mean, how many times have we talked about the future of the Harry Gray House? How many times? So I think these are things that I believe that you have standing, frankly, and that this board and our administration here should be listening to that and giving that give you good answers that are more implementable today and not in the far future in the next 60 years or so. So that's my...
Thank you, Mr. Garantonis. Ms. Cunningham.
I would like to hear from staff about the Lower Long Branch Watershed Mosquito Farm. What have we tried? Are we able to do bait kind of interruptions? What do we need from the county? Because certainly as climate change continues to pressure our summers, we're having longer period of mosquitoes and more likelihood of mosquito-borne disease, and they're just really annoying.
Mr. Schwartz, maybe?
Yeah, I'm going to actually ask Carter or Ron if they probably know more about it than I do, which is in what's the interactions with staff and talking with VDOT. So if you've had any success with that,
And it can be a follow-up item as well, but I know while we're thinking about it, it'd be great to hatch a plan.
But this is where I'd say if you guys come there and experience the mosquitoes
we'll wait till June so we can fully experience it.
Exactly, right. But this is this is an item that one of our civic association members brought up. it gets really bad in the summertime. But,
And I am not remembering the name of a wonderful staff person came out and took a look from DES and responded that it wasn't anything that the county could do anything about because it's VDOT. And that's where we've been stuck.
I can follow up with more details on that, because I know we've had conversations with VDOT, and I don't mean to excuse the fact that it's a bad situation, but we've had lots of conversations with VDOT on
Right.
lots of issues, so.
Right, and they are eager to partner and help in new ways, I suspect.
When
So
they're
maybe when we do our snow plan, we can have a mosquito sidetrack to it. Okay. The other thing I just wanted to check in on is, I know we had done a lot of different iterations of trying to slow traffic, especially around the school, and I think you were one of the first recipients of one of the speed humps. Is that still working well? Are there kind of speed issues that we should know about that have, emerged around that? Sometimes you fix one thing and it gets worse somewhere else.
No, we need more of them, if
Right.
anything. No, they've been working well. Ran the school, as a matter of fact. I guess they put them in a couple of years ago, but they were talking about it was just a temporary program.
right.
We were like, oh, don't make this temporary. Let's leave this as it is. But yeah, no, there's some other street. Well, one main street is Ross Street. That would be the only other street that the neighbors have kind of complained that folks are just flying down that street.
Yeah, great. And I think now that we've got report a problem kind of up and stood up really well, you can put those problems in there and encourage everyone in your community to do so. And now that you have the newest, or about to have the newest neighborhood plan around in an equity neighborhood, hopefully 2 of your projects will pop right to the top and we'll get you some sidewalks.
Great.
Thank you.
Is it correct? It was our understanding that the speed bump was strictly associated with Vision Zero and the school zone, which is why it was effective on Queen Street. But Rolfe Street, which is not technically in the school zone, is really where we need the speed bump. So that's.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't speak out of school. I'm not sure I know all the rules. I know it was part of the priority project for safe schools, but those tools can sometimes be used in other areas. Is there, Mr. Manager or Ms. Transportation Liaison?
Yeah, no, I know that you're correct to say that near schools we have a program where we put in, they're not the full-fledged sort of paving, it's sort of these portable barriers that we've had, and it's made a difference. But I was just, Ron, when we took that walk a couple of years ago, I mean, there are a lot of places, and I know that Hui Wang was with us on that walk, and we've had lots of conversations, sometimes about, I'm going to say this is going to sound silly, but Rolfe is sort of like an arterial through that. That's sort of funny when you think about it. But putting the speed bumps there are much more of a challenge, and sometimes, it's not because we haven't thought about it, but I think it's a little bit more difficult for us to do that because it has unintended consequences elsewhere. And I just did want to add one other thing, because appreciate it. When we did that walk, I think that going through report a problem is one way to do it, but Ron knows this, that if we saw places where, and we've done a better job, but there are a lot of parking issues that you would address, and, to have the contacts to call us, and also trash. And then I know I've talked with Parks and Recreation as recently as last week. I know that it's very nice of you to call that a park.
Exactly.
It's a very generous description of what's there.
Right, and that is that's what I'm glad you brought that up, because that is a pocket park. It's not, a true. I think, and if I remember correctly, I think we're the only really established neighborhood that doesn't have a true park. Yeah.
Great. Well, thank you all for your work. I was a little bitty part of the refresh of our neighborhood plan, and I'm still exhausted from it, so thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. Mr. Spain.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I understand that we are here tonight just to accept the report. But I do want to take an opportunity to, thank you, Ron, and thank the entire Arlington View, AKA Johnson Hill family. If you don't mind standing. No, not you, Ron, the Johnson Hill family behind you. We got Craig Syfax here. Thank you all for, I call this like staying on the battlefield. You can sit down, all right? if you don't know where you've been, you don't know where you're going, right? And one thing I can appreciate about Arlington is before I came on the county board, and as my colleagues, we've all knocked that neighborhood. I remember a few years back going in the neighborhood, and some of the things they were talking about are the challenges, right, on Johnson Hill, and how then board member Libby Garvey was so involved. And to sit here on the dais today and see the fruits of that labor, right, is really, means a lot and says that, hey, we heard you. Yet there's still much more work to be done. As I look at your report, we think about, you just mentioned the one neighborhood where there's 1,000 people and 452 homes, yet you have no park, right? We have a school down there, a very historical school, right, that has fields that need to get fixed so kids and youth and families can enjoy those schools. You have concerns about the tree canopy, and we all have concerns about the tree canopy. All that's in your report. And I think we're in the right direction, but it does us no good, really, to put forward a plan if we don't have actionable steps and outcomes to address the issue that you put forward. So I think it's incumbent upon all of us to really look at that as we plan forward and kind of like move the needle, right, along the way. And just think about, Ron and everyone who just stood up, that you're standing on the shoulders of some giants who have gone this way before us, where Johnson Hill, quite honestly, was one of the first historical Black neighborhoods in Arlington, where at that time the middle-class Black folks kind of lived, correct? And it has changed significantly today than what it looked like in 1965. So I thank the staff, I thank the team, and I think the board's commitment to listening. I've been over there quite a bit. I'll more than willing, come back. Let us know what you need, and thank you for all the hard work that the community, Mount Olive, Pastor Victor. Before I close, when I spoke with staff in this briefing, I said, look, there's a few folks that I don't want to cross up in conversation. And I need to make sure that y'all had a conversation with Pastor Victor, who is known as the dean of all Black clergy in Arlington, before this comes in the staff was like, we're good, right? So, but he and the entire faith-based organization there, along with so many other folks who aren't faith-based, y'all really brought this together as a community endeavor, and it's so appreciative in this moment. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. Thank you to Ms. Martinez and Ms. Simpson for your work on this, and thank you to the three of you very much. I'm not sure, I think is that former Deputy Sheriff Elmer, is that right? Or no? I have it incorrect. I'm just remembering one of my first, second or third door was Elmer, who I believe you.
Chair, you're talking about Elmer Lowe.
Yeah. And I've not seen it. I do not know. But
he's been quite ill the past. He's
gone.
Yeah.
Well, I apologize. But I also, of course, appreciate you recognizing all the second row and the elders and Mr. Syfax. And I'm mindful the history so near of where the Pentagon was relocated, and so grateful. I think all of us have tried to share it in different ways. And we look forward to partnering. I've got a to-do here of checking on the Rolfe Street speed bump, sending an email to see if we can get a couple of us over to walk the neighborhood with you. So with that, I will move that the County Board adopt the resolution attached to the staff report to accept the 2026 Arlington View Neighborhood Plan update subject to staff comments specified in the plan, and with the following amendments. In the final paragraph, replace Neighborhood Conservation Advisory Committee with Arlington Neighborhoods Advisory Committee, and replace North Highlands with Arlington View Neighborhood as shown on screen. I think if the clerk can pull it up. Mr. Kushner, thank you. Those are the two changes. That's the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Karantonis. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
That's all 5 of us. There are no nays, no abstentions. Your plan is accepted, and we are grateful for your extraordinary work. Thank you so much. And you guys do not have to stay. We have a next item. Mr. Clerk, if you will call the next item, please.
Certainly. Item number 35 is board action to approve and authorize execution of the Northern Virginia cigarette tax agreement and adopt a resolution to authorize advertisement of a public hearing at the March 26th, 2026 County Board meeting to consider adoption of an ordinance to amend, reenact, and recodifies Chapter 39. And you have to pardon me, I've lost my place, but I believe we can go with that.
That sounds good. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Manager, over to you.
I'm going to turn it over to the county attorney.
Thank you. Kicking it back to Mr. County Attorney. Mr. Samuel, go ahead.
So this is needed because of additional edits the Commissioner of the Revenues Council learned of from the Northern Virginia Cigarette Tax Board Administrator that was recommended to make after the board vote on the RTA in February. So it's just recognizing those changes.
Thank you, Mr. Samuel. The question is to Mr. Kushner. Are there speakers on this item?
There are no speakers on this item. No.
Great. The discussion is now with the board. Are there any questions, colleagues? I do not see any questions. So I will move that the county board adopt a resolution, attachment A to the staff report, to authorize advertisement of a public hearing on March 26, 2026, county board tax rate hearing to consider adoption of an ordinance to amend, reenact, and recodify Chapter 39 cigarette tax sections 39-2, definitions 39-4, methods of collection 39-5, registered agents 39-8, illegal acts 39-12, erroneous assessment notices and hearings in the event of stealing of vending machines or seizure of contraband property 39-13, disposal of seized property, and 39-14 extensions, and repeal Chapter 39 cigarette tax section 39-7, sale of cigarettes in vending machines contraband of the Arlington County Code, to repeal Section 39-7, sale of cigarettes in vending machines contraband, and B, enact other conforming changes to Chapter 39 of the County Code to enable the county to join the Northern Virginia Cigarette Tax Board and implement various technical corrections. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Cunningham. All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All 5. Motion passes unanimously. Mr. Kushner, I believe we have a couple of additional items to come before the board.
That's correct. You should have 3 additional items in front of you.
Colleagues, I have 3 motions that I'll make. The first, I move that the county board authorize in a final form approved by the county attorney a settlement in the matter of Abraham Paul versus Osorio, case number 1:25-CV-01253, now pending before the United States District Court for the Eastern District of Virginia, and authorize the county attorney or his designee to execute any documents necessary to effectuate such settlement. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Cunningham. All those in favor say aye. Aye. That passes unanimously. Second motion, I move the county board authorize the county's participation in the proposed settlement of opioid-related claims against the following and any related corporate entities: Associated Pharmacies, Inc., also known as and American Associated Pharmacies, J.M. Smith Corporation, Louisiana Wholesale Drug Company, Incorporated, Morris & Dixon Company, North Carolina Mutual Wholesale Drug Company, Incorporated, and United Natural Foods, Incorporated, including its subsidiaries Super Value and Advantage Logistics, and direct the county attorney and the county's outside counsel to execute the documents necessary to effectuate the county's participation in the settlement, including any required release of claims against these entities. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Spain. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That passes unanimously. Finally, I move that the county board elect to waive its lexicon rights in insulin pricing litigation MDL number 3080, currently pending in the United States District Court for the District of New Jersey, and authorize the county attorney or outside counsel to take any steps necessary to effectuate the waiver. That's the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Coffey. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
That passes unanimously. Mr. County Attorney, is there any other items to come before the board that you're aware of?
Thankfully, no.
Thank you, Mr. County Attorney. Mr. Kushner, are there any other items to come before the board?
None at this time.
So with that, we are adjourned. Thank you both for keeping
at
us
us.
safe so much. Good night, folks.